when you know that you're in all kinds of trouble, when the suffering, the anxiety, the depression, the confusion, your life is a mess. The first step is not trying to figure it out. What's going on? What am I going to do? How do I complain about this more? But instead, the first step is to start to be good. If you can't start to be good, how can you start to feel good? And sometimes we have to start to be good while we are feeling bad. When you see those people eating on TikTok or eating on YouTube, and they're eating a whole lot of food and they're that's not how we want to eat. Eat with gentleness, eat with carefulness, eat like a human being. Don't eat like an animal. Don't eat like a monster, because you just might become one if you are eating like that. And there's enough monsters in the world. Everyone here, everything, everyone who's involved with this, everyone who's taking responsibility for their suffering, everyone who's starting to stop thinking and starting to start being good. We've lost our self-respect. We've lost our honesty. We've lost our authenticity. We've lost our generosity. We've lost our carefulness. We've lost our intensity and our intimacy with other human beings and with life itself, with nature. It's time to take it back. Our life is not supposed to be made up of anxiety and depression and confusion and fear and anger and greed and these worthless, shallow relationships with all kinds of different people, just constantly consuming media. This life is supposed to be good, but we've forgotten to be good. We've forgotten to do good. We've forgotten that the most important thing that affects your mental health and your life as a whole is how you take actions in life. What is goodness? Goodness is not about being a Republican or a Democrat. Goodness is not about putting your hand in other people's business. Goodness is about being a good person. Goodness is about being generous, practicing generosity. Goodness is about being kind, being a human being that knows how to listen, that knows how to forgive, that knows how to practice compassion. that knows how to practice deep listening, that knows how to do good deeds, do actions of volunteering and helping others. I'm a monk eating a watermelon. Now listen to this, y'all, because we might have some young people, or we might have some smart people, or we might have some stupid people in this live stream right now. If you're growing up as a kid, when you're growing up, you're the most vulnerable person that you're ever going to be. And you're living in an environment with your, let's say, your parents, right? So what affects you most of all? Is it the money that they give you? Is it the nice things that they give you? Or is it the way that they carry themselves? Is it the way that their heart is? Is it the way that their mind is? So what a monk, or what we can offer to the world, that's not about us digging stones out of the ground and either throwing them at each other or trying to sell them, is we can offer our peace. We can offer our freedom of mind. We can offer our compassion. We can offer our generosity. We can offer our power to not be twisted and flipped up and brought into all kinds of angry, confusing, degenerate ways of thinking that cause suffering for others. Okay. When we stop only prioritizing our own ego, that means that our inner devil and our arrogance are softer, are weaker. It doesn't mean that difficult things don't happen and we don't get angry or we don't get into situations, but in general, we're not always flying off the hook, because we're not just thinking about ourselves. We're not just going through this process of our own ego, but we're actually using our body, we're using our mind to be generous, to help others, to be kind. We're training our mind. One of the most important things that you can do is to train your mind. To come back to silence when you feel comfortable to do so. To, when you go to bed, to put down the phone or put down the computer and connect with your breathing and really relax within yourself. This is the problem, isn't it? We're always getting so wrapped up in what judgment we can make about the other person instead of just listening, or instead of just being there with that person. We're always trying to think through things. But maybe we have to stop thinking to see things the way that they are. So, Mark, life is kind of hard as it is. We just are very busy distracting ourselves, so we tend to miss out on life. How beautiful life can be, and also how much suffering life can have in it. And so, if you're living like a modern American life, this can many times be, it can be okay for you. But the people that you're around or the people that you're responsible for, it's not enough for them. Because you're oftentimes very distracted and very disconnected from the people around you and from the moment that you're actually in. And then when difficult situations do happen, you're very easy to go into anger, to greed, to delusion. You're not able to fix deep mental problems when they arise because your work of your daily life is always avoiding your mind. So being a monk, being on this path, has 100% been the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. And it's also given me access to the most easiness, the most freedom, the most naturalness that I ever had in my life before. So they kind of go together. You can definitely get some teachings from your monk bro, and know that your monk bro is there for you, and that that your monk bro is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. You can put that in your heart. And that goes for anybody. If your son is lying, be kind. Parents are usually so confused. When their child acts a certain way, they say, "What's going on?" A child is acting a certain way according to how they grew up, and most importantly, the kind of people that raised them or were responsible for them. So we don't have to suppress anger. We need to know how to look at anger, how to actually feel our anger, how to actually feel our suffering. It's one of the biggest and best Buddhist monk teachers in the world, named Thich Nhat Hanh. Thich Nhat Hanh gives this teaching: no mud, no lotus. That's the art of transforming suffering. So our willingness, our openness to be with the hardness of life allows the softness of life to open up. When we're never willing to be with the hardness of life, we're never going to be able to experience the softness and the deep wonderfulness of life. Does that make sense? Samcho, right now I just have 10 rules right now as a part of my training rules, but the strictest rule I ever was following was only eating discarded food. That was a pretty fun rule. Wonderful. That's good, Michael. And it's not about better or worse. It's not about making a judgment about what we're experiencing right now. It's not about showing up to a lecture or showing up to a group of people coming together and receiving teachings from a monk and then coming back and saying, I don't agree with this. It's not about that. It doesn't matter if you agree. It doesn't matter about your opinion, positive or negative opinion. So complaining is it's just the other side of the coin of like praising things. Like, oh, this is so bad. This watermelon is so bad. Thank you so much. This watermelon is so good. Blah, 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 blah. It's just the same thing. So this isn't about our opinion, right? And when we take the importance of our opinion outside of life, then life becomes free from our judgments, or at least a little bit less afflicted by our judgments, because we learn how to afflict ourselves. We learn how to create negativity in ourselves by constantly complaining and judging, and we cultivate, or we have a negative state of mind that we don't really call out. We practice aggression. We practice to think about other people in a negative way. We practice to just be easy to throw our kindness outside the door. And when you're like that, and I've always told people this, I've told people this many times, the way that you act outwardly, it doesn't matter if it's a little nasty or a whole lot of nasty, etc. It is an expression of how you act towards yourself. And once you put that action out into the world, it's like you're feeding a cycle that's going on within yourself. So you are the one, more than anyone, that has to deal with the way that you act outwardly. So if we learn how to act outwardly totally from a place of kindness, then our internal structure will also be kind. And this is also about not forming a conceptual understanding of what we're experiencing. Your gut and your heart don't need a constant conceptual narrative about what's happening. Your heart and your gut know how to understand intuitively. So this kind of practice and this kind of teaching and this kind of experience is an intuitive experience. It's not about you thinking about it in a certain way or trying to put it into a box. Usually our best questions and our best comments or sharing come from the heart and come from our gut, not from our intellectual mind, right? And the heart and the gut is always your responsibility. If you get a tummy ache, you're the one who has to go sit on the pot. But when you get caught up in your mind of constant thinking and very heavy thinking, you think everything is just a thought about other thoughts that you've had. That's a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? Are you God? Are you the Matrix, the person who runs the Matrix or something? No. So we learn to be a lot more humble and just experience what's going on and then be authentic. And we start taking out all of these excuses. Well, this is a YouTube live stream and I'm writing a comment and my username is this and that and you're wearing this and that. We take all that out and we really start to connect with the authenticness of being a human being that is alive right now. Regardless of YouTube, regardless of watermelon, regardless of coffee, regardless of these glasses. And we don't go around saying weird, mean things to other people. We don't practice like that. We don't live like that when we take on the monkish lifestyle. You know what I mean? We don't go that way. Just coming in and saying negativity and making judgments. This is really the number one problem that we're going with. People are much easier to engage in complaining or engage in trying to make a judgment or engage in expressing their selfishness instead of engaging in generosity. There's an old saying my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa used to say. My grandma used to say it too. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And so it's like you're taking this life, you're taking this mind, right, like a garden. This life and this mind that we're here together in is like a garden. And so in the garden of life, if you don't have anything good to do, if you don't have anything skillful to do, don't do anything. Because you're never going to show up to a garden and pour salt on the field and say, well, that's just how I felt today. Because it's a garden, because this is a space for all of us to nurture, to take care, and to bring benefit. All right? That's the best way to use this life. 100%. I appreciate you, Sin City. It's not about being white. It's not about being black. It's not about being young. It's not about being old. It's not about supporting me or not supporting me. It's not about liking me or not liking me. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's heart, it's gut, it's intuition, it's being here now, it's helping. It's generosity, period. It's generosity, period. And that's what we kind of try to work on, try to develop here. Thank you, Joanna. You're very welcome. And I've been doing this for a number of years, everybody, and I'll keep doing this, and I'm here to help and support. But this is the deep stuff. This is like when you go to volunteer at a farm. There's no Wi-Fi, no 5G, and all you can do is work. But this is the work of the heart. This is the work of the breath. This is the work of training the mind. So we can all do it wherever we happen to be. We can volunteer in this moment through our mindfulness, right? So mindfulness is like when we connect with something that is already here, and we allow that to just keep us in a state of awareness instead of going into nonstop thinking. So we connect with something that is already here, and we allow that to keep us in awareness instead of spiraling in our thoughts. So something that's already here is like your breathing, or I'm already here, so I can be an object of mindfulness. But if we want to feel good, we have to be good, period. You can do it. Because it all starts with this. If you want to feel good, you've got to be good, period. If your system is all twisted and messed up, the number one thing you can start to change and start to do is being good. Think about that. Or be mindful. Don't make your object of mindfulness something that you're too attracted to. Make it something neutral, like your breathing, like your heart beating, like the awareness of your body, and just being mindful. And we're not judging other people. We're not making judgments because we're too busy coming back to our own heart, our own mindfulness, our own presence, our own relax and release the whole body and mind. We're not coming in here to be naughty. People just don't get it. This is not a space to come in and be naughty. Be a batty one, a batty boy. I'm a batty boy. I'm a batty boy. Well, keep it to yourself. This is not a place for batty boys. You know what I mean? Everybody thinks it's important for them to come in and give their opinion. Who cares? This isn't a McDonald's drive-in. I don't like the cheese wasn't melted in the way that I like. So what? Let it go. This is offered freely, it's received freely, or it's not received freely, etc. And what this is really about as well is going beyond our desires. So if you're spending your entire life identifying with what you are sexually involved with or have a desire towards, that's not the best way to do it, I can tell you that. We want to identify, if we identify with anything, with being generous, with being kind, with being a good person, with knowing how to let go of complicated thinking, knowing how to let go of our anger, our greediness, our delusions, and really be in the present and attend to other people, to take care to other people. And I'm not saying we have to go and bother anybody, but know how to let go and know how to keep letting go. To really let go, not just the idea of it. Whole world. We need to know how to protect ourselves from the inside out. The biggest danger is that we don't know how to be a friend to our anxiety. We don't know how to be a friend to our depression. We don't know how to be a friend to our internal stress. When you feel that anxiety, when you feel that depression, when you are alone and you're avoiding to look at yourself, distracting yourself and all these things, to stop for a moment, connect with your breathing. When we connect with our breathing, we're really bringing our mind home to our body. And then we're relaxing our body. This gives us an internal protection against the anger, the greed, the delusion that's inside and outside. And when you have these situations, especially when you're young, especially when you're growing up, where there's explosive anger or explosive depression or explosive greed or all kinds of nastiness around you, that is the time when you have to really bring your attention in and be there with and for yourself, 100%. This is how we protect ourselves from trauma. And eventually, that's how we develop this kind of positive trauma. And if we are traumatized people, we're going to have to balance the scales one way or another. It means we're going to have to connect deeply with ourselves and to generate that joy and that deep, meaningful experience of being alive. Hey, VIP auction group, I grew up with that too. For me, it was a stepmother. And at that time, I didn't think it affected me that deeply. But what I felt was this deep energy, like a powerful energy. When that would be going on, all that screaming and yelling, I would feel all this energy in me. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting, but I didn't, really think intellectually that anything was going to happen, but my body was telling me danger. And I didn't know to be there with that. And so that actually traumatized me very deeply. And so I have that trauma response. When is something intensely negative or difficult going to happen? And I learned to transform that, right? And the problem, I'll tell you what the problem is, we just do not have people growing up with role models or with representatives of virtue, of being a good person, of being a deep person. And so that means that we have all these people growing up and they are just degenerating. They're degenerating into people that have no place taking care of children. Not because they're going to harm the children, but because they don't know themselves deeply enough to offer meaningful, mature, contemplative, compassionate presence to children. And that means they don't offer a bubble of protection. They just offer a bubble of material possessions. Cruel world. Let me tell you a story about a Zen Master I know. We were in South Korea, we were on this retreat, and we were walking around, and this one guy asked a question. let's say he asked the question of, is that really your temple over there? Do you really own that temple? You're walking around and kind of getting a tour. You know what the master did? And he was asking some other questions. The master picked up his bum and he said, how's that for an answer? So that's a good answer for when people say, I'm just being honest. Let a big one rip and say, how's that? Because that's all that it is. It's just gas. So you can respond any way that you want to. Who cares? Other people's opinions. You're too much locked into your own importance that you're giving to your opinions, and that's why you're attached to other people's opinions. This is a real monk, Branko. No, he literally farted when that guy asked him a question. Soul rebel, don't come in here being bad. You know that's not the right thing. And he's like a real Korean Zen Master, Korean monk. He responded like that. So we get stuck into a capitalist situation, a consumerist situation, and what that does towards the end of the line, it basically makes you into this beast, this big, fat, stupid beast that, for one, because they have all these different options for pleasuring themselves, they think they're like a universal king, a universal queen, because they have all these options and they say, well, there can't be more options than this, and if I don't like that, I'll have that, and I know all of this, right? So this big, fat, stupid, universal king or queen, and then we don't see that there's anything outside of that. That there's anything outside of what we know, what we understand, what we're used to, what we have access to. And that means that over time, it might start from a big place, because all these options and resources that come along because of capitalism and consumerism. But slowly and surely, that place gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it completely closes. And when it completely closes, it means that you don't get anything. You don't understand anything. You're just consuming. You have no free will. You have no awareness. You have no capacity to look deeply. It's all just, it's black or it's white. I like it or I don't, and that's the way that it is. Yeah, Kane, that's kind of the case, but it's not so much a rejection as it is a releasing. This is not Oprah talk. This is not This is to cut. This is to finish. This is to widen out, not to go into a new way of looking at the self. This is a big deal. It's not about our ego. It's not about if we like it or we don't like it, etc. And you have to digest that. You have to deal with that. That this is not about if you like it or you don't like it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you liking it or you disliking it are both irrelevant equally. So this is to face that reality. To face the reality of the irrelevance of our liking and disliking. And never underestimate your own capacity to be deceived. No, never underestimate your own capacity to be pulled away by anger or desire or greed, etc. You think you really like this thing, and then you think that you don't really like this thing, etc., and you're pulled off into preconceived notions. The role of the monk, the role that I'm trying to be in here, is to continuously release preconceived notions. And from your own practice of releasing preconceived notions, to call me out. If there seems to be a blockage here that you can be aware of, support me. So, not to be reactive, but to be mindful and aware. Dear friends, it is 2025, the year of our Lord Buddha. On, I guess it's July 29th, here in Vietnam, in the Lot City. I've just completed a 10-day Vipassana meditation retreat in the style of Mahasi Sayadaw from Myanmar. And I've been following and supporting two senior monks as a kapia, as an assistant, to receive donations for them and help prepare food and make offerings to them. And at the end of the retreat, I was very inspired and decided to request ordination as a samanera, as a novice monk. So I'm back at it in the monastic life, following the 10 precepts. And I encourage everyone to consider if they are like me, a normal, well, I don't know if I'd call myself normal, but maybe that applies to everyone. An ordinary human being who's on this path of freedom. And not just freedom, but wanting to be free from suffering, to really value and appreciate the chances and the opportunities that we have to be concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. This universe isn't about Buddhism, but Buddhism is something that supports us to see the universe in each and every step. And not just the universe of our dreams, of our conceptual thinking, but the universe of waking up. And even though this clothing and the kind of people and activities we find ourselves involved in may be cultural, they can still be a tool that we use to wake up. And Buddhism is a very wonderful tool. So I wanted to share a little bit of an update about my life. Of course, as always, if you have any questions, if you need any support, I'm here to help. Blessings. May you be happy, may you be peaceful, may you be free from suffering, and may we all continue to be supported and support each other on the path. So, dear friend, so we're aware of all kinds of sights, all kinds of sounds, all kinds of experiences, moment by moment. It can be completely hallucinations, it can be negative thoughts, it can be positive thoughts, it can be all kinds of different things that go on. We read comments, we think about them, what's going on, right? Like we're getting dizzy. And we don't attach to those things that come up. We don't attach to sights, we don't attach to sounds, we don't attach to thoughts, we don't attach to opinions, we don't attach to beliefs, we don't attach to the body, we don't attach to the mind. So that allows a continuity of mindfulness with refreshment, constant moment by moment refreshment. That is beyond the ego. So it's not so right. We may see that, we may think of that as a kind of suppressing of thoughts or suppressing of parts of ourselves, but actually we're not suppressing anything. We're allowing things that arise to pass away. And the right way is the way that is right here and right now. There's no right way that's not right here and right now. So the Buddhist path is all about these actions, this right action right now, this right concentration right now, this right view right now. View is very important because the view is like the perspective or the background from which you are approaching this experience. So if you are approaching this experience right now from the background of thinking you're being followed by spirits and entities and ghosts and you're being monitored and gang stalked and all this, everything in this experience is going to be poisoned by that. And so the right view in Buddhism is the view of not self, the view of not someone, the view of not somewhere. So a kind of just experiencing. So, firstly and foremostly, we know how to take a breath and how to step back from the stress that we're involved with now. We practice and we know how to take a breath and step back from the twisting and the cabling and the knotting of our thinking about now. Because now is literally already not thought-based. This is not a thought. This is not based in thoughts. This is not a thought. We can think about these things, but they are not thought-based. The trees, the sun, the sky, the fresh air, the heart beating in our own bodies, the lungs breathing are not thought-based. So if we don't know how to step back from thoughts, we are very quick to get aggressive or to act out of ignorance. So the most common thing or the biggest problem is not necessarily our greed, our anger, and our delusion, but it's actually something that exists even before that. It's called a ignorance. Ignorance means we are, or how it expresses itself, is a confidence about what we don't know. We think that we know what we don't know. How stupid can you be? It's like thinking that you can drive a car when you don't know how to drive a car. It's like thinking that you know who someone is when you don't know who someone is. It's like thinking that you know what this is while having basically no information about what this is. It's thinking that you know what Buddhism is while never having looked into or not knowing anything about Buddhism. So this ignorance is very deep and very profound, and it causes so much suffering for oneself and also for other people. Because the dangers of getting into a car and thinking that you know what you're doing, but you actually don't, and then driving that car not only puts you in danger, but it puts all the other people around you in danger. And so the investigation and the invitation here is to stop and start looking deeply. And when we stop and start looking deeply, this drains the power of our greed, our anger, and our delusion. We want to know about what this is. We want to know about what is going on in the world. We want to know about ourselves. But that want gives an implicit bias that does not allow us to investigate and look deeply into our own direct experience. Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? Thank you. Amen, Shelley. So we have to kind of look at ourselves and look at how easy we are to be, firstly, to not take things sincerely or seriously. So we basically say, most of the time I don't have to be an authentic person. Most of the time I'm just going to make shallow judgments about what I experience, as if everything is a joke, or as if everything is not like real. Which there's a truth to that. You know, there is an unrealness about everything. But if you take the unrealness about everything to lead you to just acting like a someone who doesn't care, someone who's easy to be negative, someone who's easy to make strongly held opinions about things that you don't know about, what kind of life are you going to live? People are going to be able to manipulate you and control you. So anything that we want to learn about or know about, we have to stop and look deeply. We have to stop and listen deeply. We have to let go of this idea that we are the rulers of the world, or that we somehow inherently understand everything. Who told you, who taught you, who gave you this advice that you already understand everything that you come across? How do you already understand anything and everything that you come across? Is there nothing new in the world? Is there nothing that is outside of your experience or your understanding? That must be a really boring way to live. So the first step, everybody, because let's look at it this way. Let's have like an analogy, right? Hypothetically, theoretically. And this is not going to be for everybody, so let's give it a sec. So hypothetically, let's say that I was like a real Buddhist monk, and I was like super enlightened, super karate, super juiced up in Buddhist wisdom, and knew about how to get enlightened, etc. Hypothetically, metaphorically, right? If that was the case, and then somebody came in and they immediately make a judgment, or this is fake, this isn't a real monk, this is stupid, look at those stupid glasses, etc., they would immediately cheat themselves out of the opportunity to connect with that enlightened monk. I mean, can't people be enlightened? Can't people be wise? Can't people be compassionate? Can't people be generous? Can't people try to help others? Can't other people have wisdom that's not just about them flexing their money and their cars and their power and competing with other people? Isn't that possible? So that means that the first step to becoming wise, the first step to becoming enlightened, the first step to solving the problem of the suffering in our own lives is to start to be good, to be kind, to be open, to listen deeply, to look deeply, to be generous. Because when we start by being bad, we cheat ourselves out of everything that is new and unknown to us. And we keep ourselves locked in the same old habit, energy, and pattern of thinking that got ourselves into the suffering in the first place. Listen, most of life we just don't understand. Most things we don't understand. Who told you that you understood everything? Who told you that you know everything? Honestly, where did you get that kind of way of being? I don't know everything. This isn't a cosplay, I'm a Buddhist monk. That's one way to look at it, Blake. Not too bad way. Ashton, the Patreon is not on the Monk Life website anymore. Thanks, Elric. Much appreciated. You know, we go around saying mean things to people. Where do you get the justification for that? You know, I feel so bad for young people that never get the lesson, like never get the sharing, never get the support to make it clear. Like, the last thing you want to do in the entire world, in your entire life, is just to go around being negative to other people. Like that is only an internal problem, like an internal mental illness, mental suffering, where we go around and try to say negative things to other people. There's zero place for it. If you don't like it, let it go. And you see the problem with this, right? When you don't like something, and instead of knowing how to let it go, you attach onto that thing that you don't like. You attach onto suffering. You make yourself suffer more and more. "100%, Carol, and it's not just you, it's also people like Tolkien's, like Tio. It's difficult to get the point, but the point is very simple and easy. The point is to be aware now of what is already here, without adding anything to what is already here. Right now I have a stomach ache. I have a spicy stomach ache. All I have to do, it's not about me feeling good. It's not about me getting enlightened or having a pleasurable experience or a wise experience. All I have to do is give attention to that which is calling out for me. And me here is just awareness instead of the ego. So we're kind of backwards, where we think that specificity is vagueness and vagueness is specificity. We think that that which is about nothing is about something, and we think that that which is about nothing is about something. If you save your nasty words, it's just like saving your rotten vegetables. You are the person who has to deal with the stink of those rotten vegetables. Our egos just get in the way. So the practice is not to have a real experience of enlightenment or really be enlightened, but to drop the importance that we are giving to our egos. Don't argue. Who do we need to argue with? Why is it so important that we argue with other people? Are we making our living by being in the Colosseum of intellectual thinking, or are we addicted to stress? Are we addicted to being right? Are we addicted to holding on to an opinion that doesn't have a practical relevance for our lives in this moment? There's nothing to prove to anybody. Now, you should try to be a good person and to be strong. You know, you should know for yourself that you are being good and doing good. But in terms of proving that to other people, it's just nonsense. And calling out negativity is not about calling out the people. It's about calling out the negativity. That this way of being doesn't make any sense. To go around and say negative things to people that we don't know anything about, doesn't make any sense. to go around and say things about Buddhism, if we don't know anything about Buddhism, doesn't make any sense. You're confusing experience, Aryan, for enlightenment. Enlightenment is not a thing. Enlightenment is not an experience. Enlightenment is nothing. Yeah, I think it's more practical, better to go with when you yell at someone, you are yelling at yourself, basically. Because all of us are a bunch of empty selves. It's like all of us are cups or vases full of space. So you have all these vases full of space together. But what makes those vases vases is the space inside. If you make enlightenment or if you make peace into an experience, you make it into another thing. Enlightenment is beyond thingness. Enlightenment is beyond separation. Just like peace, just like freedom. But we cringe, we go back into the complicated thinking. We go back into the cobwebs of our ego. So this is to blast out, to widen out beyond the cobwebs of our own egos. Continuously, and really, and sincerely to do it like that. That is a really good idea, to do it like that. Let's see, our connection might twist up here for a sec. Let's see. Let me know when the connection goes out. Is the connection working? Chúc mừng năm mới. Okay, great. So that's, we're kind of limiting ourselves according to our desires. So if we can detach from or let go of our desires, we can also let go of the cause or the root of suffering, or the cause or the root of limitedness in our lives and our capacity to transform the sufferings that we're going through. It's very, very practical, but it's not about anybody's ego. It's not about anybody's opinion. So I'd say these kind of teaching, my presentation is, more geared for young people. And mystical misfit, it's so cool to believe that, but you have to understand that that's just a belief. Enlightenment is not about believing anything. Certainly not about believing that you're enlightened. So we do need to understand that. Let me know, everybody, if the connection goes out, because we're going to go for a walk. Yeah, you're very welcome, Carol. Happy to have you here. Okay, we're stuck, we're seeking, we're looking, we're transpiring. Here it is. Don't give up, everybody. Connection's gonna come back. Here we go. Hello? 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 We're back. Hello? 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 So, a big part of the teaching is that it's not really about what we think about it. Life is not about what we think about life. Life is. And so how you make use of the isness of life is not so much about what you think, although you have to be careful about what you think, but what you do. The way you practice generosity, the way that you give into anger, or you give into greed, or you give into these big complicated thoughts that we have about our direct experience. And so instead of that, we step back from our conceptualizing about our experience. And we step into being aware without conceptualization. Being aware without thinking. We can go deeply into awareness without thinking. Not always asking why. Not trying to be our own therapist. Not trying to develop a psychological system for ourselves. Why? Why? Sounds like a whiner. We don't want to be a whiner. We want to be a let-goer. We want to be a mindfuler. We want to be a giver. We want to be a practitioner. We want to be a listener. We want to be free from wanting so that we can be at peace with what already is. Who am I? What is this? How can we ask those questions very, very deeply without cheating ourselves? Cheating ourselves out of the richness of this moment and this life. Padme Om Mani Padme Om Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Friends, please do keep me informed on the stream quality. If we have any issues, I do want to know about that. Just let me know if we get into any difficulties with the streaming quality. So we don't become a monk on our own. Eddie, it depends on your definition, but no, I don't think so. I hope so. That'd be great if I am, but I don't think so. Now, becoming a monk is not something we do like we just go out and live in our car and try to do a bunch of meditation and try to figure life out. Becoming a monk is more like we understand that there's a tradition of spiritual enlightenment, and that tradition has been going on for a very, very long time, and it's called Buddhism. And that tradition has maintained the life of monks. And so becoming a monk means getting involved with the Buddhism so that we can have the chance to actually be supported when it comes to meditation, when it comes to living full time as a spiritual seeker. And if we can attain, if we can get the attainment, if we can get the development
within ourselves of not knowing, boom, you got it. To not know is very, very powerful. To not be in this position of knowing all the time, being the knower, being the boss, being the one who doesn't know is very powerful. I don't know. Reception not great here? Okay, I'm sorry. That's how it tends to go. You know, those streamer backpacks, it's like a backpack that you can use so that you can do live streaming and like maintain a stable connection. Those are thousands of dollars. So I'm not really in that kind of position in life to be looking at that. How about here? Is the reception okay here? Chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới. Bad connection. Here we go. Here is a bad connection or a good connection? Audio is well, there's nothing being said right now. Well, let's get out of here and get to some better quality over here. There's a real teaching in this, and that is that we need connection. We need healthy attachment. We need brotherhood. We need sisterhood. We need to get out of isolation. And so when we take a step of faith to be in relationship with someone, we open up a dimension of ourselves that is beyond ourselves. And that, when it's concerned with Buddhism or concerned with enlightenment or concerned with the path, is very, very important. It makes a big, big difference in our lives. I don't know, he's not my... The thing is with spirituality and with enlightenment is that, I mean, we're talking about a hologram. We're talking about, like, literally you spending your whole life up until now with every memory and every Chukmung Namoy, with every memory and every experience that you've had, and then waking up from that into that being actually a dream. You can't hear me. Oh my God. What's going on? So maybe eventually, if I ever have my own meditation center or temple, which I would certainly like to, I'll make sure that we have Wi-Fi over the whole campus so we can do these kind of live streams with a good connection, because that's really important to people, to feel like the directness of connection. Because we're so oversaturated with watching things and listening to things that the notion of another human being actually being available for us, that is not trying to get something from us and has something worthwhile to share, is basically alien to us at this point, especially when it comes to online. And that's not the case. It's not about me being a perfect person or you being a perfect person, but being open to life. And we go from this place of like a very intellectual and a very dreamlike perspective on what enlightenment is and what the reality of the world is. All these things that we thought about, our psychic powers and what other people were communicating to us subliminally and our position in the whole scheme of things, we're completely caught up in this dream. And when we start to talk about our real lived experience, that is not about our intellectual thinking or not about our dreamlike reality, that's when we get attuned to what someone has to offer us and what we can offer someone else. Not just our thoughts about things, but our lived experience, for God's sakes. It's actually a really nice resort and hotel here. Resort complex. They even have a boat over there. Yeah, me too, Kai. It feels good. And so, Blake, this is where our wisdom comes in. Blake said, sad, holding on to something that is temporary, expecting it to be permanent. And this keeps us from a wisdom-based lifestyle, because our wisdom knows that this thing is impermanent. This thing is temporary. I cannot hold on to that. I cannot keep that. So instead of perpetuating my holding on to that thing that is impermanent, we have to be open to let that go. And that's being open through wisdom, not by rejecting something or, figuring it out in our mind. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Stopping looking for explanations and starting to see seeing. To see seeing without thinking about things, or to not think about what is seen. The implant. I've got to remove the implant. Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Relax. Everything. Everything. Widen out. Who cares if they're monitoring you? Who cares if there's an implant in you? Widen out, brighten out. Relax. And then the mind comes in again. But the implant. But the implant. Who cares? The vaccine. Woo! Who cares? Relax. You're gonna die. You're gonna go crazy. The whole world's gonna dissolve and explode. So what? Relax. But the flat earth. The government is monitoring my family. So what? Who cares? Relax. Let go. Widen out. Give up, give away, give out, everything. Use the word everything. Don't allow negativity to run your life. Widen out. It's easy to be negative. It's difficult to be free. Everything. Use the word everything. There's no such thing as every day. There's no such thing as tomorrow. Even if there is, let go of tomorrow. Let go of yesterday. Be here now. Together with everything. That's not something for you to believe in. I'm not trying to give you a philosophy. It's a practice. Be here now. Implant or not. Vaccine or not. Gang stalking or not. Be here now. Everyone wants to be the king. Everyone wants to be the queen. Everyone wants to be in charge. Nobody wants to be a tree. So be a tree. Be nobody. Be everybody. Be everything. Whatever ego gets built up, whatever thought gets built up, whatever thought gets strong in the mind or strong in the body, relax it. Release it. Release that thought. Release that tension. Release that position that you're struggling to hold. Be positionless. No trolling necessary. Oh. Okay, thank you so much for everything.
We have to check out.
Oh, check out 12 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Check out 12 o'clock.
Now we have to check out. And I will take you to the temple.
Okay, let's go.
We go this way.
hope so.
But then now she want to get to the temple by yourself, or I will.
Yeah, I can drive there.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you-
can get a Grab.
Oh,
Yeah, get a Grab. It's not too far away.
oh yeah.
Just about 15 minutes.
Oh,
So I can check out
oh,
on my own. It's okay.
oh,
Yeah.
by yourself.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, yeah.
I just give them back the keys. So we still have 2 hours until checkout. It's kind of like we have forgotten that generosity is real, and that generosity isn't about being scammed. Being generous, making donations, offering for others, helping others. And it's funny because we've gotten into this mentality where it's not okay to give to others because that's a handout. But it is okay for others to scam us, our family, our children, and anybody that they can get their hands on with some kind of multi-level marketing scheme, which with some kind of fake self-improvement, fake coaching program. That's okay. But when it comes to us actually having a personal and direct relationship with using what we have to help others, to practice generosity, to give, we say, no. That's impossible. And it's not impossible. Because there's a difference between when we practice generosity by, getting a tax break, by donating to some random nonprofit, etc., versus when we really give directly to the people that are in need, the people that are nearby to us. Oy. We can see we have intentions that are negative. Oh, Seattle, I walking at the lake.
We are waiting for you. Now we are going
Come.
to check out.
Okay,
Already check out.
okay, come to the.
Come fast, huh? Nice, please.
Okay.
Come fast.
Okay, come to see you. Right, and so I was saying earlier about we think that what is specific is vague, and we think that what is vague is specific. So anger is specific. The different ways and justifications and conceptual frameworks that we make up for our anger are vague. And so we go from the vague to the specific. We go from whatever righteous justification we have for our greed, for our anger, for our weird judgments that we make, our random ideas that come out that aren't based on our direct experience, that are based on our anger. And we point back to the anger itself. We point back to the frustration itself. We point back to the greed itself. We point back to the delusion itself. And when we do that, delusions run away. Greed runs away. Anger runs away because it doesn't want to be exposed. So the people that come in and make claims, delusional claims, that aren't based on real experience or real knowledge, they run away every single time. And when you point out to them, hey, friendo, you have no idea what you're talking about, you know that, they immediately continue themselves while backing off from what they said their self was about. Every single time. There's no excuses, right? So we show up and we make these expressions of anger, these expressions of negativity. And then when we're called out, we always back up and say, oh no, that was not what was important to me. Actually, I wanted to say something about something else. But you already said what you said. So why don't you stand behind it? Why don't you take responsibility for it and actually start to look at the anger within yourself? I do have a few fake diamonds with me that were donated recently. Ooh. Who says I'm recording this for views and money? This is just recording. This is just this. This is beyond any conceptual story about it. This is just this. Really? How could it be any other way? Because you could think something about this live stream, but the only truth that is representing is that you had thought that. You may think something about this live stream. Someone else may think something else about this live stream, and so on and so on and so on. So when we are so attached, when we are so fixated onto our importance about what we think, we lose out on truth. We miss out on the opportunity to know what's happening directly. From birth to death, everything. Use the word everything. Use the power of Buddha. Still do salt. It's just thoughts. It's just making claims. It's just having an idea about this experience rather than focusing on the experience itself. It's just a thought. It's just an idea. You're trying to, or you are, explaining what you're experiencing. But this experience is not about you. This experience is not about your explanation of it. Like a tree, even as simple as a tree. Ooh, getting intense. This tree is just a tree, simple, right? It's not smart. It didn't design a nuclear reactor. It's, trees basically worthless, right? Sometimes we feel that way. But this tree is. This tree is alive. And it doesn't matter what we think about this tree, it is not this tree. This tree is beyond our thoughts about it already, without effort, and always. Already and always. Whew. You can say it like that, but it's not about you or I, it's just a thought. So, thinking something is just thinking something. Seeing something is just seeing something. Hearing is just hearing, etc. And it really is about that. Now, some ideas we hold on to very strongly. And then when those ideas are challenged, we get upset or we get angry. But sometimes we hold ideas in a way in which they are unchallengeable. And that means that we plug in our ears from being able to hear what's actually being said. Okay, let's all take a mental health break. Don't be like the bars. be like the trees. It looks like we're back. Wonder what was going on there. So the sign or the clear indicator of a deep mind is that we can see naturally, we can point out naturally the intention behind how someone is acting. And so when you can identify the intention, you can actually start to work on the person rather than the idea they're trying to get other people to believe, or are caught up in themselves believing. So it's a joy. It's a joy to be here and to be able to live stream and to share with people. As far as money, or as far as getting donations, who doesn't like to receive a donation? Who doesn't like to receive a gift? But this isn't about that. This isn't about receiving gifts or receiving donations. This is about the path. This is about generosity, virtue, mindfulness, detachment. Being a good person, living a deep and meaningful life, and not being so caught up in our conceptual thinking. Oh my goodness. Here. This is about the path. And there's nothing here that says, unless this guy is blind, deaf, dumb, and Asian and living in the Himalayas, he can't share about the path and help other people to be on the path. There's nothing that says that. So when we get into these weird, peculiar, statements about other people, it's hopeless. Take responsibility for yourself, and if you're curious or you want to engage in something, engage through generosity, engage through kindness, engage through deep listening and deep looking, or shut up and get out. You don't have to be here. In a sense, this is my temple, this is my monastery, this is my home. And you're coming here as a guest. You're welcome, but if you don't like it, get the fuck out. Very kindly, very wholeheartedly. We say, oh, the F word is a bad word. Well, it's not about being good or bad. It's about our intention. It's about how we approach this moment, now. Not about being perfect. That monk said the F word. That monk got frustrated. That monk this, that monk that. Call the monk police. You know, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? I'm trying to help people feel the peace that I feel now. Especially for young people and troubled people. Because I've been a young person, I've been a troubled person. Nobody helped me. So this is my chance to give back. This is my chance to help. And this is meant to be an invitation to practice. Not to be a naughty, silly person. So it's not about if I reached nirvana. It's not about if you're troubled. It's about, can we stop now? Can we step back now? Can we let the mind of awareness drop into the body? Instead of thinking about what's good, just be good. Good, be generous. Good, be kind. Good, be gentle. Good, be careful. Good, look deeply. Good, watch what you're doing. Good, be aware, not unaware. Good, be wakeful, be present, be sincere, be authentic, be wholehearted. Don't be negative, dark, conflicted, contracted. I don't like this. Who cares? This isn't an ice cream shop. The world, the universe isn't an ice cream shop trying to sell something to you. I don't like this. Who cares? Why do you care so much about what you like or what you don't like? Make use of it. Let your mind come home to the body. You can repeat it after me if you like. You can try. Breathing in, I come home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Breathing in, I bring my mind home to the body. You can feel the mind coming home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Breathing in, coming home. Breathing out, relax. Breathing in, I come home to this moment. Breathing out, I smile. So your mind can be thinking about things. Your mind can be looking over there. Your mind can be stressed or worried or confused, or your mind can just come home. Your mind can be with the breathing. This breathing that is so essential, this breathing that is keeping you alive, this breathing that is taking care of this body. Breathing in, I come home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Breathing in, home. Breathing out, relax. You're encouraged to take this sincerely, to take this wholeheartedly. You're encouraged to take this as a practice, not something to believe in, not something to give so much importance to if you like this or if you don't like this. Speedrunner, I really appreciate that you make an offering, you make a donation, because it means that you take this seriously, as I do. Setting an example for everyone here to celebrate and to appreciate generosity, to appreciate giving, concerned with these teachings, concerned with this path, concerned with waking up from the dream of our non-stop conceptual thinking in the here and in the now. That this is not something to believe in, this is not something to agree with, this is something to give into. Give everything. It is not about money, it is about the expression, the willingness to give, the willingness to practice, the willingness not to think about this, but to apply thought. It's very simple. Oh, thank you, Sup Alive. I appreciate it. Do my best. Practice. It's not about what you think it's about. It's about going beyond the importance that you're giving to what you think about things. What you think about things is not important, period. Who are you? Are you at your job? Are you a corporate manager? Are you the President of the United States? Are you a senator? So your opinion, your thoughts are not truth. Your thoughts are just thoughts. Your opinion is just an opinion. And this is to stop thinking that we are the king of the world, the king of the universe, and to start listening instead of speaking, to start giving instead of taking, to start being kind and generous rather than being negative and self-fixated. 100%. 1000%. All the way up, all the way to the top. Don't think about what you're doing. Just do it. Or just don't do it. So it is less important what you're doing, and it is more important the just doing. What that means is that it's not the philosophy or the thought that you have about focusing on your breathing, it's just focusing on your breathing. It's not the justification, it's not the thoughts about kindness, it's not the figuring out, is it okay for me to be generous or is it not okay for me to be generous? It's just being generous. It's not about, does this person deserve kindness or does this person not deserve kindness? It's just kindness. This is the teaching of the Buddha. This is the teaching that leads us to the end of grasping an attachment to negative, afflicted states of mind. Breathing in, I am in the here and in the now. You can practice some meditation together. Breathing in, I am in the here and in the now. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing in, I am in the here and in the now. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing in, here, now. Breathing out, smiling. Let's take a few moments to sit together, to breathe in the here and the now, to breathe out, smiling. Here, now, smiling, breathing. Brighten the mind. Breathing in, I am here. Breathing out, I am now. Breathing in, I am aware. Breathing out, I let go of whatever I am aware of. Breathing in, I am aware. Breathing out, I let go of whatever I am aware of. Breathing in, aware. Breathing out, letting go. Breathing in, aware. Breathing out, letting go. So this is a short, sweet, simple meditation practice that we can do any place and any time, especially when we are alone in our room we can practice like this. This is not about a philosophy. This is not about a religion. This is not about me or about you. This is about being aware and letting go. No discussion, no excuses, no debates. This is about being aware, and whatever you are aware of, letting go of that. Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? And how was that? Was that good for everyone? Was your meditation nice? Was your meditation pleasant? Do you get the point? This is also why some people may have like confusion, both people that are confused and also people that are listening to that confusion. Both sides can kind of get confused because this is very different from how our ego has been built up to this point. And we may, we may find ourselves to be grasping at straws, trying to get a drink. But the biggest straw is no straw at all. The biggest thought is thoughtless. So we can enjoy that together. And a lot of this as well is patience. Patience and openness. As Westerners, we don't really have any kind of cultural background for relating to a monk or for a spiritual teacher. But what we'll just say is that this is a relationship that is impersonal. And it's concerned with primarily generosity. So I give the Dhamma, you give your practice. And this is very much an invitation and an introduction to something that can get you generally inspired and concerned with Buddhism and meditation and ending suffering. Everything. And it's important that whatever we cultivate, whatever we generate, whatever wealth we gather in our practice or in our lives, that we give that. We offer that. We practice generosity with that. If you're just accumulating, even if it's your concentration and meditation or like a bunch of your personal wealth, it's not going to benefit you in any way. So we actually have to learn how to start making donations. We have to learn how to start practicing generosity. We have to learn how to start practicing to volunteer, right? To serve, to offer, to help, to support. It's not simply a matter of, we use this for ourselves and then we pat ourselves on the back. But we actually learn to give and we learn to go outside of ourselves. We learn to expand the view, the experience of ourselves through giving. Bonjour. I've trained in many monasteries, and I'll be going to a new monastery today for more training. I've been on this meditation or spiritual path for more than 10 years, and more than half of those have been as a monk. Everything. You can use the word everything to clear out, to widen out, to brighten out. You know, this is not a video. This is not a recording. I'm a real human being. But I'm a monk. I'm not your son, I'm not your boyfriend, I'm not your girlfriend. So what is a monk? A monk is a fellow practitioner. A monk is a teacher. A monk is a renunciate. A monk is a representative of the path. Not that monk as an individual, but the role. The role of the monk is that. So this is not about me as an individual. Anirban Ghosh. My real recommendation is to start listening to Dhamma talks. So if you can connect with a monk, if you can connect with someone who is on the path, on the journey, that is a safe way for you to stay connected on the journey. And then you just pick up small things, right? Like I just led a short 5-minute guided meditation. So if you are able to practice that with me, you are now able to practice that on your own. And you can take that as deeply as you want to take that. But when we get kind of mixed up in this like idealism, we get an easy idea about meditation, or we get a big idea about meditation, and then we're trying to meditate so much, right? We're trying to get some result in meditation. We can actually do a little bit more harm than good. So it's staying connected. And there are many Buddhist teachers in the world. There are many Buddhist teachers on YouTube. So it's not like they're not accessible. But your degree of interest. Chukmung namoy.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oi.
Hello.
You want to say hello? Boop, boop, boop. Sure. Sure. If we can learn how to go and walk in the forest or in the nature, if we can learn how to recognize that we've built up a bunch of suffering, we've built up a bunch of stress, we've built up a bunch of depression, we've built up a bunch of delusions, a bunch of complicated thinking in our mind. And then instead of just sitting in that and soaking in that, we can get our butts up and walk and breathe and smile and accept the reality of nature that's not about our thoughts about it. You will find that depression and anxiety and your big complicated thoughts are not as important and are not as powerful as you thought that they were. We're haunted. we are haunted by our thoughts. So what do you do when you are haunted by something? You go outside. If you stay inside the haunted house, you're going to really be in big trouble. But if you can go outside of the haunted house, if you can go into nature, what's the big deal? You can look at those ghosts, you can look at those thoughts right in the face. Well, if you're a fake monk, then try to become a real monk. You're halfway there at least. Maybe. Don't grab the flashing lights in meditation. The flashing lights are just phenomena, just sensations. Just ignore them. Continue meditating. Thank you, CCG. Feel relaxed. Widen out. Brighten out the mind. Hallelujah. Relax. We have to accept that people in general are extremely stupid. You know? And that there's nothing bad or wrong about being stupid. It's just the way that it is. It's like if you find yourself trapped outside in a rainstorm. There's nothing bad or wrong about being wet in a rainstorm. It's just wetness. So, you know, how to not be stupid is to know how to stop, to know how to listen, to know how to stop giving so much importance to our complaining. We can say people are strange, we can say people are problematic. That's probably better than saying people are stupid. But in some ways, this is not about making people feel good. This is about challenging people's attachments. It's not easy, but it's not difficult either. Don't be naughty here. Don't be disrespectful. I'll have to give my teaching on being bad again. There's nothing wrong with playing. There's nothing wrong with making jokes. There's nothing wrong with being stupid. But we want to be playful. We want to be light. We want to be as respectful as we can be as we're being playful. You know, so be careful, because that innocence that we all have, it can kind of drain away. It can be drained away by our frustration, by our anger, by our greediness, and mostly by our ignorance, right? That we really don't have a good way of looking deeply at life as it is. And instead, we're always bound up in making up stories about life. So what is life when you stop making up stories about it? What's that like? Nothing is perfect in this world. Nothing is ideal in this world. What that means is that even if something is good, it's temporary. The same way that if something is bad, it's temporary. So what we ultimately have to learn to do as people, as beings that like what feels good and don't like, hey, what feels bad, is we have to learn how to stop complaining. We literally have to learn how to stop complaining. And we also have to learn that there are things we don't know about. Hello? Is it possible that there are things that we don't know about? That there are things that we don't have experience with? I always thought about this in such like a sad way or a disappointing way. If you're at school, you're in middle school, let's say you're in middle school, right? And there's a new kid that comes in from Vietnam or from Thailand or from China, and he speaks with a really strong accent. He can speak English, he can understand English, but he talks with a strong accent. And you begin to bully that person. That person, that kid, literally speaks 2 languages. That kid literally has access to a whole nother dimension of culture, of riz, of basedness, of aura that you don't have any connection to. And instead of inviting that person in to be a part of your community, the riches and the resources of accepting and bringing in and unfolding what is unknown, you attack that. We've learned to attack that which we don't know about. And so we have kept ourselves from anything that is beyond what we already know about. We have diminished our own riz. We have restricted our own aura by, instead of opening and being curious, judging and attacking. We judge and attack what we don't know about. Is it true or is it not true? So what it means is that we oftentimes don't understand what we're seeing. We pretend that we do. We try to make up a conceptual understanding. But the truth is that we don't know. We don't know what we're seeing. We don't know what we're hearing. We don't really know who we are or who someone else is deep down. And yet we pretend that we do. This is called ignorance, or this is called being confident about being ignorant. It's like trying to drive a car when you don't know how to drive a car. Pretending to be able to know how to drive when you don't know how to drive. Use the word everything. Use the word everything. Instead of getting lost in our depression, instead of getting lost in our anger, instead of getting lost in these big stories that take root in our mind, these stories about ourselves, these stories about other people, being haunted by our thoughts, step out. Go out. Widen out. Brighten out. Beyond thoughts. What is your relationship with being beyond thoughts? Do you really think, do you really believe that everything is about your thoughts about it? And so, this is the teaching. That it's not about God, it's not about Jesus, it's not about being good, it's not about material things or mental things. Look, if you want to feel good, you have to start being good. And because we've totally forgotten what it means to be good, we don't feel good. What is being good? It's being generous. It's being kind. It's being compassionate. It's being a protector. It's being someone who's ready to help instead of being someone who's ready to criticize and to blame. To go beyond our thoughts. Here's a song that I like to sing, and you can sing it with me if you like. Breathing in, and it's a practice. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Smile. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. Leave a like, put a W in chat. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. I am free. I am free. Put it down, everybody. Say, I am free. Say, breathing in. I know that I'm breathing in. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get to 100 likes, everybody. And let's keep breathing in. everything. Everything. It's only when we can really use the word everything and know that everything is not something, because how could everything be something? Everything is beyond things already, beyond thoughts. Have an experience that is beyond thinking right here and right now. Have an experience that is beyond thinking right here and right now. We're almost at 100 likes, everybody. The person who leaves the 100th like is going to get a very, 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 very big surprise. Everybody go! We've been tricked. We've been scammed all along. Think the thought that is beyond thoughts. Use the word everything to blow out complicated thinking, to blow out the justifications for anger, the justifications for meanness, the justifications for complicated thinking. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worry, nothing to carry. Just be merry. Let it all go, let it all go. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worries, no need to hurry, nothing to carry. Let it all go, let it all go. Mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Worries come, worries go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Thoughts come, thoughts go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Everybody, put some W's in the chat. Leave a like if you haven't already. Don't forget to subscribe. We're going to be going live regularly. You know, because one way or another, we have to learn how to be at peace with ourselves. And the only time that we have to be at peace with ourselves is right here and right now. So we might not know about Buddhism. We might not know about meditation. We might not know about what a monk is. But this isn't really about knowing about things. This is more like connecting with the heart. Like right now, can you actually feel your heart beating? Can you feel your breath breathing? So children, young people were kind of like institutionalized. They were forced to think. They were forced to think about themselves and think about the world in a particular way. But this is not about thinking. This is not about using our intellectual mind to like figure out what's going on or make a judgment about what we're experiencing. These teachings are about breaking through the web of intellectual thinking, breaking through this conceptual narrative you have about what you're experiencing, and to just experience. Because so often my thoughts are not my friends. I don't know about you guys, but my thoughts are very often not my friends. And for me, learning how to let go of thoughts, learning how to let go of thoughts about myself, learning how to let go of thoughts about other people seems to be much more important than thinking all the time. When I'm really stressed, when I'm really angry, when I'm really confused, is when I'm thinking a lot. So this is actually about learning how to let go of thinking, learning how to drop thinking, and not be so caught up in our own heads. That anger, you know, that frustration, that negativity is always like, where's a good reason? Where's a good reason for me to be mean? Cut it out. There's no reason to be mean. Be kind. Be curious. Who told you that you have to know about everything that you experience? Can't you experience something that you don't understand? Can't you meet someone that you don't know about? Can't there be a culture or a way of life, or, you know, being a monk or getting into Buddhism, whatever, that you don't know about that? Is that so wrong? Is that so crazy for there to be things that you don't know about? You know, be here now, be open, be kind, relax. You don't have to understand this. This isn't about understanding. This is about being beyond understanding. This is about being beyond thinking. Right here, right now. Now I have to clean my room because I have to check out. I've got to get all my stuff together. May all beings be happy. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings feel safe. May all beings experience kindness from everyone and everything that they encounter. Okay. Is everybody okay? Who cares what people think? What matters is how you treat yourself and how you treat others. Okay. No, I'm okay. Everything's okay. No problem. So I feel kind of, I feel somewhat of an obligation when I'm doing this kind of live streaming because like sometimes I know that there's a lot of possibility to reach a lot of people, to share my energy, to share my presence. And what I can say is that I'm someone who's gone through a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, a lot of complicated thoughts that didn't help me live my life. And this opportunity to connect with people, especially to connect with young people and share with them a way of looking at things that is fundamentally not about thinking about things, it seems to be very important. And it's not something that's, regularly out there. It's not something that most people can come across, especially Westerners, because in the Asian world, this kind of stuff is a little bit more normal. They've got hundreds of thousands of monks running around. And this isn't really about being a monk. It's just that that's the form that this takes, right? That's the form that my aspiration and my intention and my interest in life takes. Because the most important thing for me is not to have followers, it's not to have money, it's not to be loved and respected by other people. The most important thing for me in my life is to be free from suffering. And along that path and along the way of that, to help others be free from suffering. That's it. And if it can just be a millisecond, if it can just be a moment of someone feeling that connection and feeling that presence of something that is not about thoughts, that's enough for me. When I'm at my best, that's enough for me. Enough for me to let go. Enough for me to drop my anxiety, my depression, my non-stop stressful thinking. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't do me any good to think all the time. It's much better for me to practice generosity, to be kind, to actively do good instead of just thinking about things all the time. Now I'll say it again, because I know we constantly have new people coming in and going out, so I'll say it again, but if we're a young person, or if we're any kind of person, and we feel bad, and we want to feel good, well, there's kind of the number one essential advice about how to do that. How to go from feeling bad to feeling good. And that is to look at what you're doing now. Because what you're doing now, like now, like moment by moment, what you're doing moment by moment is going to directly affect how you feel in the future. So if you feel bad now and you want to feel good later, what do you think the most important thing for you to do is? Simple, not a complicated answer. The most important thing for you to do is to be good. And what is goodness? Goodness is generosity. Goodness is kindness. Goodness is knowing how to let go. Goodness is being patient. Goodness is being forgiving. Goodness is just being a good person. Not according to like a philosophy of what's good and what's bad. According to your heart. According to your gut. Someone's being mean to another person. Let's say we're at school or we're at work, and someone is being mean to another human being. You don't need a philosophy. You don't need to think about it to know that that's not good. And then you go and take care. You go and offer cooperation. You go and offer protection. You go and offer the generosity of your presence. It's like we've entirely lost our connection to authenticity. We've entirely lost our connection to reality, to intimacy, to like an in-depth experience. Everything has become shallow. Everything has become another TikTok video that we're swiping through to get to the next moment. And that means we're always locked in this matrix of our, movie-like, TV show-like, story-like thinking. How do you want to live like that? Where's the happiness in that? Where's the freedom in that? Where's the peace in that? Where's the generosity in that? Where's the presence of the heart, the body, the mind? Where's the presence of awareness in just constantly nonstop thinking all the time? So once we let thoughts stop, we can see our real mind. We can see our true mind. And then from our real mind, from our true mind, we can start to be kind. We can start to watch what we're doing. We can start to, hey, I'm actually curious about meditation, or I'm curious about Buddhism. I want to learn how to deal with my suffering. And then we can go and take those steps. The same with people who are like passionate about Christianity. If you're that passionate about Christianity, you should be going deep into prayer. You should be developing your relationship with God, not worrying about someone else's relationship with God. We have to take responsibility for our own heart, for our own body, for our own mind first. And then we can offer that responsibility out. And that's not about us convincing people of something. That's not about us telling a story. That is an embodied responsibility taking place. That's not about thinking about things. That's not about someone's ego story. Right here, right now, this is who I am. And it has nothing to do with any thoughts, any words, any phrases, any stories about this. Because this is thoughtless. This is empty. This is empty of things, etc. Anyway, it's an invitation, it's opening. You don't have to become a Buddhist or whatever. but you can be here, you know, and you can use your gut and say, oh, this connects with me. This helps me feel relaxed. This seems to be something I'm interested in. You just stay connected. You know that this is here, that Monk Bro is not going anywhere anytime soon. Realign your chakras by going and volunteering at the local homeless shelter. Realign your chakras by going and volunteering at the local Buddhist temple. Maybe there's some monks there. You can help them sweep the ground. It's not about what we think about things. It's about our heart. It's about our awareness. Not about us, just we keep thinking about things. Who cares? Stop thinking. Start doing. There's no need to think. We don't have to think. You do not have to think. You do not have to think about things. I'm giving you permission. New rules. Human beings do not have to think anymore. And look, Steve, you know, people say what's that guy's name from Minecraft? We don't know if he's real or not. Herobrine. We don't know if Herobrine is real or not, and yet we can be okay. Say it with me. We don't know if Herobrine is real or not, and yet we can be okay. So this is the okayness, this is the openness, this is the freedom of not knowing. And if you don't know who Herobrine is, you might be in the wrong place, bud. You might have to get back to your construction site. We don't know if Herobrine is real or not. Say it with me. I don't know if Herobrine is real or not. Say it with me. I don't know if Herobrine is real or not. And if you don't know who Herobrine is, maybe you should get back to that construction site. That's right, Herobrine is scary. But we don't even know if Herobrine is real or not. So, we can relax. Let's get some W's in the chat for neither the reality nor the unreality of Herobrine. Let's get some W's in the chat for neither the existence nor the non-existence of Herobrine. There's no excuse to be naughty, be a bad one, be a rough and a tough one. I got your rough and I got your tough right here, buddy. And that's kindness and that's compassion. Sent, Lisa. May your prayers be answered. And you know, one of the things that we can do, we can try if we ever don't have access to food or whatever, you can try and go down to your Google Maps, use Google Maps and search for Buddhist temple near you. And usually Buddhist temples, because they prepare food for the monks, and usually they'll have extra food and you could somehow you could get some food from them. This is on mindfulness and detachment. This is on doing good deeds. This is on letting go of conceptual thinking. I do have to focus a little bit here though, because we're getting, got to check out. William, it's been about 10 years since I got started, and most of those years have been as a monk. Yeah, this is my monk's robes. These are my clothes that I wear. I'm here in Vietnam. And I'm getting all packed up because I'm going from it's kind of a resort here in Vietnam that some of the donors, the students, the volunteers set me and 2 other monks up with for these 2 days. Because we just finished a 10-day meditation retreat in Vietnam, so they brought us up here to Dalat. Herobrine is just like a mystical character in the Minecraft video game. And the teaching here, the idea here is that our idea of ourselves and our ideas of other people are just characters. They're just thoughts, they're just ideas. We don't really know who we are. We don't really know who someone else is according to thinking. Because so much of our experience, so much of our body and mind, so much of everything is not about thinking. So if we're only using thoughts to understand our reality, we're not going to understand thoughts or our reality. We're just going to be thinking nonstop. And I don't know about you, but I don't like thinking nonstop. It's stressful. I don't like to be stressed. So this is also about the access to, the release and the relax of the whole body and mind. I have to check in. How is our connection quality? Is the video okay? Can you all see me and hear me? Can you see me and hear me okay, everybody? Cool. There's no excuse for being bad. There's no excuse for being mean. There's no excuse for being aggressive to other people, wanting to harm other people. So to know about thinking properly, we have to also know about not thinking properly. So think about how deeply you know about thinking. You've been thinking nonstop as long as you can remember. But how deeply do you know about not thinking? You see what I'm saying? I did not grow up rich. I'm not rich now. So it's not that we're rejecting thinking or trying to get rid of thinking. That's not what I'm saying. But it's to learn about this other dimension or aspect of our experience, of our life, that's not about constant conceptual thinking. You know, I didn't pay for this hotel room. This was donated. This room that I'm in is a donation. The last step here is the room key. Definitely kind of a dim room. Ooh. I wouldn't recommend the Tibetan Book of the Dead, although that's me not recommending something that I haven't read myself. I would recommend the book No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering. No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering. So it's all vibes. It's all vibes. It's all vibes from A to Z. No mud, no lotus. The art of transforming suffering. This is not a monastery, this is a resort, a hotel room. A hotel room in a resort in Vietnam. But I'm going to the monastery now. I'm in the process of heading to the monastery now. Don't worry about Jesus or Buddha or a real God or a false God. Learn how to follow your own heart. Learn how to listen to your own intuition. Learn how to connect more deeply with what's already right in front of you. Because otherwise, even if God appears in front of you, you're not going to be able to connect with God because you don't look deeply at life. You don't look deeply at what is already right here in front of you. So this is all about learning to look deeply. Learning to not just be acting and reacting to stimuli, but actually to stop and listen deeply and look deeply, instead of being so caught up in some kind of belief that we've developed that we miss out on the connection with life itself or God itself right in the here and right in the now. And there's nothing more important than that. God is right here and right now, or God is nowhere. That's something we all have to understand. And God is also, this is also an important point, God is not your thoughts about God. God is 100% not your thoughts about God. I found the other key, and it is officially checkout time, so we gotta get a move on, everybody. No more hanging around. Everybody ready to go? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hachima. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat for Bigfoot Jesus. Oh, excuse me, Bigfoot Buddha. Oh. Say it with me, everybody. We don't really know if Herobrine is real or not, and yet we can be calm and peaceful and kind to each other. Wee-oo. Powerful. Oh, be still. So Ubik, what we're practicing when we do any kind of meditation is it's just a way of stepping back from life as we know it and opening up to life as it is. And it's our openness and willingness, and also our concentration, that allows us to actually connect with the power of meditation. So if we can connect with the Om, doing like that, then that can be good. If we can connect with just walking in nature for a little bit and following our breath, then that can be very good. So whether it's Jesus or Buddha or God or Allah or Israel or whatever. You have to learn how to let go, to be okay with what is already here, right now. Breathing in, I am here and I am now. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing in, I am here and I am now. Breathing out, I smile. And just breathing like that. Do you have a cappuccino? Oh, how much is it?
55,000.
Okay, I get one cappuccino for here. I check out, then I come back. Okay. Breathing in, I have arrived. Breathing out, I am home. Breathing in, arrived. Breathing out, home. Azira Fat Mofat. Yes, that's right. Yes, yes. I had lost one key, but then I find it. I find it on the floor, so.
Okay. Okay, please stay and wait for a moment. I will check the
Okay. You know what I mean? We're too easy to be nasty. We're too easy to be mean. Too easy to be negative. So don't be mean, nasty, or negative, regardless of what's going on. Be kind. Be generous. Be friendly. Oh, look. Going in and out. Oh my gosh. I can see myself. And where's our live chat? We need our live chat back to share with each other about our experiences, our feelings. But it's also nice to just to turn off the live chat. And I'm not just talking about the live chat on YouTube, but like to turn off your own internal live chat. To just rest in awareness. To just rest in breathing and being aware. You know, and it has to do that. It has to not be about getting likes. It has to not be about getting more subscribers, or it has to not be about anything, you know? Because all those things that it becomes about, we grasp onto that. We chase after that. We get hooked into that. So like just sitting here and just breathing and just being aware, it's not about anything. You know, maybe you can say it's about being willing to be at peace with myself, ourselves. This is a practice. This is for you to monkey see, monkey do. Practice together with me. You know, and it's not about other people understanding this. Because maybe not everybody can understand or relate to this. Maybe your parents can't understand this. Maybe you can't understand this. Maybe random adults or old people or young people nearby us won't understand this. It's not actually about anybody understanding this, even you. It's not about anything. Breathing and being, not about anything, spontaneously. How about we go to try a cappuccino? No, here is okay also. I can drink here. But let's go to the restaurant because that's better. Go over to the restaurant. Oh, it looks beautiful. Am, Sue, Chu ơi, I go to drink cappuccino, I come back. Oh, all right.
You want sign in bill or
I pay you. I give you the cash.
Yes.
Okay.
You come from
Well, I was born in America, but I haven't been there for a long time. Yeah.
long time?
Yeah, I stay in the Asian country outside. Because I like the Asian country.
And I look in you have a friend.
My friend?
Yes. When you
What do you say? My friend?
in the morning I
Here, maybe over here is okay. Yeah. They,
yesterday you sick.
yeah, I was sick a little bit yesterday because a spicy food or something. I don't know. But I feel better now. I will pay you for the cappuccino. 55,000?
Yes, 55. So many people looking.
Just because when they see the monk, they don't know about that, so they're very curious. And the first time for them, so. And here, I give this a gift for you. Here, wait.
What is?
A gift for you. Tip. Here's a tip.
What is?
This Buddha. Phúc. This is the Buddha. Yes. Cheers. Yes, monks can use many things freely. Most important is that we use without attachment. When we do things with attachment, there's many side effects. When we do things without attachment, we are free from side effects. So in Buddhism, the cause of suffering, like the main problem, the main virus, the main issue is attachment. We are attached to certain ideas, we're attached to certain stories, we're attached to our what we like and what we don't like. We give a special importance to what we like or what we don't like. So it's not about you. This live stream is not about you, and this is not about me at all. Yeah, however we feel, whatever kind of feelings come up, they're impermanent. Kale, you're welcome to come by any time. I'll keep live streaming, I'll keep sharing my life, I'll keep being available to help. Because this is a part of my practice, this is a part of my life as a monk and as a human being to help others. We are all airbenders. It's just that some of us don't know that yet. This is not about me being a monk. This is not about this being wise words. This is just about to be free. To be at peace, period. Regardless of if your paycheck comes or it doesn't. Regardless of if your loved one gets into an accident or not. Regardless of if you can walk or not. Right here, right now, in timeless space. To be at peace. And to make that peace our life. And to realize that it already is like that. We just didn't notice it. We just didn't look closely enough. The various states of mind don't matter nearly as much as our ability to let go of the various states of mind. Does that make sense? Let me get a hallelujah. Let me get an amen, if that makes sense to you. The various states of mind that we go through, whether they are high or low, do not matter as much as our capacity to let go of those various states of mind. The cool breeze being more important than all of our conceptual thoughts combined. Can we access that? Can we walk out of our depression? Can we walk out of the mess of our life? Can we walk out of our anxiety? Sure. Sure we can. Beautiful, Dwayne. You know, and this can be a confusing point. This isn't about convincing anyone. This isn't about being convinced or convincing other people about things. This is not about being convinced of anything. It's more like being open to everything that is already here without adding conceptual thought to it, and appreciating the peacefulness and the gentleness and the openness of that. And then we give to that. We give ourselves to that. We give our life to that peace instead of giving our life to our, stressed out thinking. Is that better? Is that better than how it was before? Not that anything is really better or worse, but is it more clear? Okay, good. Oh, someone says not really. Good. It's not a 10. And so this is the other aspect of it that we begin to work with. Connecting with this way of being is a naturalness. And it's a naturalness that is inclusive of the ultimate and also the practical. So if we're rejecting the practical, that is confusion. If we're rejecting the ultimate, that is confusion. When we bring the ultimate and the practical together, meaning we're looking deeply without this reactivity, then we can make use of what is already here to continue releasing stress rather than building up stress. A blueberry madness, and I'm going through that too. I go through that too. What we are working to do is actually increase our patience to 100%. It's not about struggling and striving to get enlightened, at least not from where I'm sitting. It is that we begin to be patient with everything. Completely and totally patient. And this is where our seeking and chasing and our stressful searching kind of calms down. And that's where our real meditation happens. We got... Uh-oh. We've got to think of it like this. Blueberry madness. The Buddha, or Siddhartha Gautama, before he became the Buddha, mastered all stages of meditation. So the 4 jhanas, complete absorption into joy and peacefulness and freedom, and then the next 4, the arupa jhanas, into complete dissolution of the body, completely dissolving any sense of self, any sense of ego, etc. Siddhartha Gautama mastered all of those and was not enlightened. So if we approach meditation in this way of trying to build up or sustain this intense, special meditation experience, we're either bound to fail at doing that, or we do that and then our ego grabs onto it. And then we identify with that as being ourself. So this is not the way that we have to go about things. It's more about our mindfulness, our virtue, and our concern with wisdom.
Wisdom is what allows for enlightenment to take place, not special meditation experiences. As long as we can calm ourselves down and sustain attention on the breathing and be in this moment, we can listen deeply and we can share deeply. And that is what is necessary to get the enlightenment. But not really something that you can get. Getting the ungettable. Getting the stop trying of getting. Stop trying to get. No, of course not. Jhanas are samadhi. Jhanas are deep absorption into meditation. But we can meditate in a natural way, in a relaxed way. That's a good idea, the Gettysburg Address. Here, let's try that. All right, I'm going to do a fusion. These are not easy to do and not easy to do properly. Okay, hold on. Well, is this a fusion or is this creating a margin? It's probably more like creating a margin. All right. Hopefully we can. Okay, very, very good. This is going to be big, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat and let everybody know who isn't already here that the monk is about to to create a margin or to do a fusion. Probably more people understand what a fusion is than creating a margin. Is this the right one? Okay. Everybody put W's in the chat and let people know who are just arriving here that the monk is about to create a margin or the monk is about to create a fusion. Whichever one, you can tell them that. Okay. All right. Thank you. And also, so what we're about to fuse, go ahead and let everybody know that we're about to do a fusion or create a margin. We're about to fuse. Should I tell you what we're going to fuse or not? Should I tell you the ingredients for the margin or for the fusion or not? Let's do a vote. Put a W for telling you the ingredients and put an L for not telling you the ingredients of the fusion. All right, here we go. We're not going to do the ingredients. 80 and countless eons ago, our realized one, the Buddha, brought forth on this earth a way, not of self or soul, but of liberation, conceived in wisdom and dedicated to the proposition that not everything we cling to is worth clinging to. Hold on, a little bit more Gen Z. A little bit more Gen Z, right? Because we got a lot of our friends here. All right. Here we go. 80 and way too many attachments ago, the realized one, the Buddha, dropped the ultimate truth bomb. There is no permanent self, just vibes, conditions, and the wild ride of becoming. He came in with zero ego and max riz, preaching a path not of becoming somebody, but unbecoming everything that's not real. Now here we are, in the middle of our own inner battlefield, testing whether this Dhamma, this drip of detachment, can hold up in a world addicted to identity and main character energy. We gather here not to flex the self, but to bury it. Respectfully, not in despair, but in freedom. We ain't getting ghosted. We are ghosting the illusion itself. The noble homies who walked the path before us didn't chase clout. They let go. They didn't lament the end of self. They threw a peace sign and dipped into Nibbana. And let's be real, we can't outpreach their silence. But what we can do, and what we must do, is to commit to this unfollow. Unfollow delusion. Unfollow craving. Mute that ego. Block that thirst for eternal validation. Let it be our vow that this illusion of me, mine, and I gets no more likes. That from this day forward, we stand impermanence. We simp for stillness, and we give full send to insight. Because true Riz is realizing you don't have to exist forever to be free. You just have to let go. For real, for real. No cap, no clinging, just clarity. I think the big problem in America for young people, for children, is that they grew up with parents that were addicted to technology. They grew up with parents that basically had to work all the time, and they didn't get a lot of one-on-one time with their parents. Their parents just didn't have time to spend with them. And then from that, you know, whether they had a lot of money or whether they had a tablet thrown in their face or not, from this place of basically neglect. So they didn't go on big camping trips with their parents. They didn't get to travel to different places. They weren't always surrounded by family and aunts and uncles and grandparents and other children and community coming together, but they were just like left alone to their own devices and neglected. They went from that to then being forced into a educational prison system where they were forced to memorize, where they were forced to take tests, where they were not allowed to ask questions, where they were not even considered as human beings that could make choices and actually direct their own lives. And so what this led to is basically young people that don't trust anybody. Young people that think everybody is shallow. that everybody is like a social media influencer, that everybody is trying to get more clout and get more likes. But that's not really what it has to be like. It's not necessarily like that, you know? This can be beyond clout. This can be more than just clout seeking. But don't forget to put some W's in the chat and leave a like if you haven't already. What's a really famous rap song, everybody? What's like the highest end rap song, like a Gucci Mane song or a Future song or something like that like everybody knows? Probably maybe Lil Wayne, a Millie, or Yeet. That's an old song, right? Any Yeet? Okay, we can do that. We'll use WAP because everybody knows that song. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? Whether it's fake or not? All right. WAP, wisdom and peace, rizzed up sutta flow. I don't cling to a self. That's WAP, wisdom and peace. Not who am I, but let me be. You flex a view, but that grip's too tight. Like catching a snake by the tail, it's gonna bite. The Blessed One said, you misread this Dhamma if you weaponize truth, if you take up these teachings and forget the root. Grasp it like a fool, get venom in your hand. Grasp it like the wise, you understand. This ain't no eternal self. This ain't your soul's brand. It's form, it's feeling, built on shifting sand. You think you're the cosmos, forever and ever? That view's got you sweating whenever things sever. But what if I told you no self to defend, no ego to vanish, no me to transcend? That's real riz, when the fire of views cease, and the mind touches down in unshakable peace. You fear non-existence? That's your tip-off. You've been sipping that clout juice. Now it's time to rinse off. When the realized one speaks of the end of clinging, it ain't death, it's the beginning. He said, let go of all views, even mine. Don't turn the raft into a shrine. You cross with the Dhamma, then set it down. No baggage, no pride, no monk flex crown. Stillness hits different when you ain't chasing self, when you stop trying to be anything else. It's giving, I'm not this, not that, not even the flame. It is nirvana with no username. So listen close. Don't cry when the self dissolves. Say bless. No sorrow, no meltdown, no identity stress. 'Cause when the view is gone, the fear is too. That's Alagadupama, ancient and true. So yeah, this, that WAP, wisdom and peace, rizzed up renunciation from grasp to release. This, that drop the mic silence, that Dhamma finesse. This, that no more rebirth flex. And remember, the one who walks the path like it's not a trend, knows the Dhamma's not a brand, it's the end. And beyond that, nothing to prove, nothing to protect, nothing to become, just truth, just peace, just done. Xavier, brother, don't hold on to your views so tight, because one day they might just give you a fright. You call me the dude, but I'm not the guy. I'm just me without clinging, seeing through these eyes. You call it me, you call it mine, I call it nothing but a made-up shrine. If you see through the illusion, you see through the struggle. Peace in the here and now, that's like popping a bubble. Whatever you think, whatever you got, let it go. That's forgiving, and that's the got. The good, yet actually true. Right. You call it the real world, I call it an illusion. You got stuck on the shore, but I found no confusion. I'm in the here and now, I hear what you're saying, but don't flex on me, 'cause I ain't playing. This is freedom, this is here, this is now. What's next, I don't know. Oh wait, I'm already found. You call it ice, I call it water. But being together, I ain't gonna falter. We're coming here, we're coming now. It's new and it's fresh. And it's bound to be unbound. So instead of being caught up in your thoughts and your judgments, find your peace and freedom in no front, just loving. I gotta go. I gotta go to the new monastery. I gotta start heading that way at least. It's not about you being enlightened. The teaching and the idea here is that there's not actually a you to begin with. There's no you to become enlightened. And yeah, you probably shouldn't approach children if you're acting like that. But learn to approach the child within yourself, because that's probably what needs the most healing and attention from you. You is just an idea. Whatever you label, whatever you add onto this direct experience, it's just a thought. There was a really great Zen master once. He was a Jewish Zen master in America. And, big deal, a lot of followers and a lot of temples. And what he would do when he got too serious or when a situation got too serious, he would put on a clown nose as he was teaching and as he was giving advice and guidance. And one of his big messages was, look, that's just your opinion. That's just your idea. That's just your thought, man. Relax. Is it okay? Am I in trouble?
Yes, you
Oh.
just have the last invoice here.
Oi, for
Yes. For the restaurant.
Oh, for the food at the restaurant, I have to pay. Okay, no problem. And don't try to figure it out. You know, don't try to be a teacher.
Okay, I give you back the passport.
You give me back this passport,
Yes.
and I give you some money, right?
Yes.
Let me see.
Dạ dạ. Nhưng mà con có số điện thoại. Có. Dạ rồi để em kiểm tra rồi có gì em gọi lại chị nhé.
Có chị tới một đại diện Việt Nam. Yes. Wait for me.
Okay.
Thank you for your money.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I have your sign here?
Yes, I signed there.
Ok ok.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye bye. So a big idea that we work with here, we're going to have to switch Wi-Fi again, so there might be some connection switching here. Right, so that enlightenment style is like a nothing to prove, nothing to protect, nothing to become, just truth, just peace, just done. And so we don't have to like defend that. We don't have to defend our thought or our understanding or our view. We can just be at peace. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nobody to be. Nothing to defend, nothing to fight about. Okay, everybody, please let me know if we are still connected, because I had to change the Wi-Fi because I'm going outside. Mind is a clear view sky. The mind is a clear view sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Worries come, worries go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Hey, come on, everybody. Thoughts come, thoughts go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. Whew. The mind is a clear blue sky. My mind is a clear blue sky. Yeah, welcome Tina. Welcome Edgar, Chris. Yeah, a lot of our minds are brown and gooey. A lot of our minds are full of shit. So, you know, that's not ideal. But it's only when we actually see that our minds are full of shit that we can actually start to flush the mind. And what is it to flush the mind? It's to release the attachment that we are holding on to as it relates to our views and our thoughts about what is being experienced. What is being seen, what is being heard, what is being felt is not about your thoughts about it. You are adding your thoughts onto direct experience. And the training here is to actually be aware of seeing, thoughtless seeing, to be aware of thoughtless hearing, to be aware of thoughtless breathing, to relax and to release the whole body and mind, to relax the I, to relax the stress of I, I is very stressful. I is very complicated. So relax and release the I. You know? And we've got to give up the BS. I just arrived here and I'm in charge and I know what's going on. Well, how'd you do that? You know, are you a magic wizard? You know, so it's like how ignorant we can tend to be. And so the teaching here is about like how you stop being ignorant is you stop giving so much special importance to what you think. Just because you think something, and it's strange that we have to say this, but we kind of do, right? Just because you had thought something doesn't mean that that's true. And it applies to everything that we kind of have to face and start dealing with. Just because you think something doesn't mean that it's true. Whatever it is that you think. Ah, okay, taxi. Let me show you where we go. Everybody, we're going to wrap up here because we're going to go to the monastery.
A-di-đà Phật.
A-di-đà Phật.
A-di-đà Phật.
A-di-đà Phật. Namo A-di-đà Phật. Xavier Clark, give it a break.
A-di-đà. A-di-đà.
Oh, okay. Very good, very good. So we're wrapping up our live stream. Oh. And if anyone has any final questions that they want to ask or share from the heart, you're welcome to do so. Thank you everybody. It's just kind of the same thing. Matan is very nice. Matan is a very nice guy. For those who already haven't seen it, I did an interview with Matan Evans, who's like the guy who said on the Game Awards about like a British rabbi or something. And I did an interview with him, and you could probably go and watch that. But the thoughts that we have, the thoughts that other people have, it's just like mental phenomena. It's just like a thing that happens in the mind, kind of like how this, you know, this is a thing that happens in material. And so we learn to not hold on to things. You practice to let go of this, right? You practice to not like try and get rid of this or break it or try to hold it and keep it, but to just let go of it. If you become a monk, then you can go and talk to the monks at your local Buddhist temple, and they can help you to ordain if you're ready for that, if you have the blessings for that.
So like the truth is that all of us are going to become this. Everyone here is literally going to turn into this. And so one way or another, we have to kind of digest that. We have to digest that this body and our ego and our self that is attached to this body, that identifies with this body, has to become this. We literally have to die. And so when we start understanding that all of our thoughts, all of our opinions, everything that we are attached to is going to pass away, is going to disappear, we learn that the right way of being is not about holding on to things, but learning how to let go. And if we don't want to get into like spirituality, but we want to get better at letting go, just start practicing generosity. Start volunteering. Start helping. Start giving more than you focus on taking. So you can ask yourself, is there something that I can do around the house? Can I help my mom? Can I help my dad? Can I help my neighbor? Can I help my grandma? Can I find a place to volunteer? Can I find a way to give? Oi, oi! Can I find a way to practice generosity? Can I find a way to be kind? Can I find a way to listen instead of to speak? Because this body and all the thoughts that we have are going to disappear. That is the nature, that is the power of impermanence. And everything is impermanent. Regardless of how tightly we hold on to it, regardless of how real that we think it is, everything that we have is going to disappear. And this is the beginning of wisdom. This is the beginning of a deep understanding that helps us to not only focus on holding on, but actually to focus on letting go. We have 50 people right here, right now, that are looking at a bone, listening to the teachings from the Buddha, listening to the teachings on letting go rather than the teachings on ego, getting more money, getting more power, getting more pleasure, avoiding more pain, but just learning how to let go. Learning how to let go goes hand in hand with being kind. Learning how to let go goes hand in hand with being a good person. Learning how to let go goes hand in hand with knowing the best way to deal with our ego, to deal with negative people, to deal with confusion. Listen, young people have grown up. Young people have grown up in an environment where they had no mentors. Young people have grown up in an environment where they never went to a camping trip with their father or with their mother or with a group of men or with a group of women. Young people have grown up with addicts. Young people have grown up with parents that are completely addicted to their smartphones. Young people have grown up with adults that are completely addicted to their thoughts. So this is not about thinking. So I don't blame young people if they come in here and troll or they come in here and make jokes. I just encourage them, come in here and play, come in here and make jokes, but be good, be kind, be gentle, be playful. Don't fall into the negativity of the adult world, of aggression, of greed, of this constant complicated thinking that we try to force onto other people. You think something about me, okay, so what? That's just a thought. You think something about what's happening right now, about my YouTube channel, about this live stream, about me being a monk and teaching and sharing. So what? You just thought that. The same goes for me, the thoughts that I have about myself. So what? Whatever I think about myself is just a thought. Whatever I think about other people is just a thought. So me holding this bone right here doesn't mean that I'm eating the bone. It doesn't mean that I eat chicken. It's not about getting into a cult. It's not about becoming a Buddhist. It's not about becoming a spiritual person. It's about knowing how to let go.
It's about knowing how to let go of complicated thoughts about what we see. It's about knowing how to let go of complicated thoughts about what we hear. It's about knowing how to let go of complicated thoughts about other people and about the world. You know what I mean? It's like when we go from this position of arguing about things to realizing that, oh, I thought that, or oh, I heard that, or oh, I saw that, we can actually start to let go of I. And we can realize that just because seeing is happening doesn't mean that there's an ego, doesn't mean that there's a self, doesn't mean that there's this character in a story that we have to deal with. But we actually learn how to let go. Because all of us are going to become bones. All of us are going to dissolve. Every thought that you have, every belief that you have is going to disappear. And that is already happening, and that is already okay. Just let go. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't focus so much on making judgments about what other people are doing. Just let go. Here's a song that's kind of not about making judgments about other people, and it's a song about what to do when we feel stressed, or when we are getting into arguments, or when we're getting into a negative situation. Breathing in, I come back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I come back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. The island of the self is awareness. This is about learning to breathe in and come home to awareness. This is about breathing out and feeling safe. You can call it Buddhism, you can call it meditation, you can call it a way to be at peace with yourself, but you don't have to call it anything. You don't have to answer a question. You don't have to answer a test. You can just let go. All of us will become just like this bone. We are already born. So the next step is to die. Death can happen at any moment, at any place, at any time. And that is already true, and that is already okay. Don't be afraid, be at peace, and learn the art of letting go. Okay, thank you so much, friends. I'm going to do my own practice of letting go, even though so many people are here, and I'm so happy about that. It's time for me to drop the bone and go to the monastery nearby and, hopefully get to learn about myself more and practice letting go more and being at peace with myself. So next time, instead of just filling your head and scrolling nonstop on TikTok and YouTube video to TikTok, etc., relax. Go for a walk in nature, breathe, and let go. And if you need a mantra or you need some advice or something, you can just say this to yourself. Breathing in, I bring my stressed out mind home to the body. Breathing out, I relax my body. Breathing in, I come home. Breathing out, I feel safe. Okay. Not about thinking, not about not thinking, not about not itself. Just be, and when you can just be, don't forget to be free. See everybody again very, very soon. Bye.